Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to EdHeroes Forum Australia Indonesia chapter, Strive and Revive from Local to Global Perspectives. My name is Dwi Juniana, and I will be your master of ceremony for today's event. This is a great honor, and I'm very excited to host this big event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to introduce and welcome our guests of honor and keynote speakers, Honorable Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Advisory Board members of EdHeroes, Ms. Cecilia Vaca-Jones, Executive Director of Verna Foundation, Honorable Ms. Putri Kuswisnuwardani, the member of Presidential Advisory Council of Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Harold Lucero, Director, Regulatory Fintech Diva Innovation, and Honorable Ms. Farhanisa Nasution as the Project Chairman of EdHeroes Forum Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, for you who might have a question lingering in your head about what EdHeroes is, let me enlighten you. EdHeroes is a movement for parents, teachers, entrepreneurs, and philanthropists committed to improving the quality of education. Through EdHeroes Forum, we wish to convey and share our vision of a brighter future of education in Asia and Australia. EdHeroes Forum Australia and Indonesia chapter aims to bring together parents, educators, practitioners, entrepreneurs, stakeholders, students, activists, and philanthropists to discuss our focus stream, Strive and Revive from local to global perspectives. Furthermore, these themes are expected to be overlapping, discussed with the current demand on digital competencies for the young generation from the present moment to the future. As we believe that children belong to the parents, they are learning and being prepared through schooling, interactions, and media. Hence, we are keen to see this learning journey of digital natives and to understand better how to create an optimal environment to promote quality of education to help our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have one track event. It's called Education, Shift in Social Responsibility, that is divided into two sessions, which include first, family education and mental health, and second, practicing democracy and strengthening social activisms. We have our speakers joining us from all over the world. How exciting it will be! I bet all of us cannot wait to start. Now, let's move on to the next agenda. First of all, we are going to witness the first keynote speaker, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of Republic Indonesia. Mr. Erlangga Hartarto will talk about the climate change and sustainable development, its impact to community. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Erlangga Hartarto. To Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, the stage is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. The Honorable Stuart Robert, Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business of Australia. Ibu Putri Kuswisnuwardani, the member of Presidential Advisory Council of Republic Indonesia, Honorable Representative of Government, Universities, Industry, and other stakeholders, participants of EdHeroes Forum Oceania. Wish you all staying safe and healthy. It is both pleasure and honor for me to deliver this keynote speech on EdHeroes Forum Oceania for improving the quality of global education. In this important occasion, I am pleased to share with you the Indonesian perspective on climate change, sustainable development, and supporting the global community through green and blue economic actions. Ladies and gentlemen, The economic recovery from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing, along with rising geopolitical tensions, especially Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Based on April 2022 IMF report, this condition caused the projection of global economic growth in 2022 to be corrected to 3.6% year-on-year. Amid this dynamism of global condition, we should be grateful that Indonesia growth in 2021 is reached 3.7%. This recovery momentum must be maintained from various risks and challenges in the medium to long term, one of which is related to climate change issues. The issue of climate change has become a major concern in the world because it has the potential to increase the Earth's temperature by 2.5 to 4.7 degrees Celsius in 2100 due to an increase in greenhouse gases. This year, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report confirming that climate change is damaging future environment sustainability, such as lost agriculture due to the drought and rising of sea levels. The harmful effects are some disasters that can cause population displacement, decrease quality of life, and uninhabitable planet. One of the efforts that have been made to anticipate this condition is through the signing of the Paris Agreement as form of global commitment to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change. Without serious efforts and comprehensive strategies, climate change can aggravate the population growth, poverty, rapid urbanization, and will push millions further into poverty and further limit opportunities to sustainable development. The World Bank estimates that the effect of climate change could push an additional 100 million people below the poverty line by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face the challenge of climate change, the Indonesian government has established a green economy plan as one of the main strategies for economic transformation in the medium to long term to accelerate economic recovery after COVID-19 pandemic and to encourage the creation of inclusive and sustainable economic development. The Indonesian government has set a policy through a low carbon development. By using nationally determined contribution, Indonesia is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emission by 29% in 2030 from a business as usual condition. The G20 Presidency, Indonesia commitment to achieve the target, which is very crucial, and the role of green financing is vital to fill the financing gap in promoting green economy, not only limited to financing by the state budget, but also through, for instance, through the green sukuk. Alternative instruments such as blended finance by collecting funds from private sector, international donors such as Green Climate Fund and Global Environment Facility for renewable energy development activities and climate change mitigation are also encouraged. The government also established the Environmental Fund, the management agency, BPDLH, in 2019 to improve the quality of financing for green economic program. Government also stipulates the presidential regulation concerning the implementation of carbon economic value for achieving national determined contribution target and control the greenhouse gas emission in the national development. We also have a job creation law, which enhance various cross-sectoral law, in particular for environment and forestry. The main purpose of this regulation is to create ease of doing business without compromising standard of safety, security, and environmental sustainability. In addition, we are grateful to have supportive environment for green investment. Indonesia unique blue and green Nusantara or archipelago endows us with unrivaled nature capital wealth. Indonesia Ocean is also large part of Coral Triangle area, where 76% of world coral species and 37% of the world coral reef fish species live. The great opportunity for Indonesia and other countries to harvest economic benefit to help sustainable use the natural resources for economic growth and improve the livelihood of the people. Other efforts that have been undertaken is to encourage the development of renewable energy through mandatory B30 policy, the development of electric vehicle, as well as the use of geothermal, hydro, and solar power. Sustainable smallholder farming of palm oil, ecotourism, the development of environment-friendly special economic zone are one of the efforts to improve the welfare of the local community. Ladies and gentlemen, a top-down approach is critical to drive policy change and institutionalize regulatory framework to address complex SDGs and climate issues. All communities have the same right and opportunity to play an active role in increasing awareness of environment protection and management, developing responsiveness to carry out social supervision, and maintaining local culture and wisdom in the context of environmental conservation. The young generation, who is the inhabitants of this planet and the future, is expected to take more important role and can become the agent of change by organizing collective activities and raising awareness to share knowledge and promote necessary action for the future. The role of family teaching for future generation are crucial. Teaching our children like to recycling and also to do more healthy food that will shape their early childhood. Family encouraging to support youth to volunteer environment-related projects that will take their experience into adulthood and pass it to their children as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the global transition to sustainable green economy is a huge responsibility, at the same time provide a great opportunity for all of us. Achieving these SDGs require a concerted effort that is hoped that all stakeholders can take part in responding to all challenges that exist. I hope this forum would be a fruitful thought on how we exchange our ideas, awareness to restore global development, while also I expect that the result of recommendation of the forum will help the joint effort to improve the quality of global education. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Erlangga Hartarto. What an interesting speech about the climate change. From what we have listened, we should be aware of the climate change, and the government is preparing to face this challenge by implementing blue and green economic plan. Next, I would like to invite the second keynote speaker from advisory board members of EdHeroes, Cecilia Vaca-Jones, Executive Director of Bernard-Lee Van Leer Foundation, to deliver her keynote remarks. To Ms. Cecilia Vaca-Jones, the time is yours, Miss.
Hello, I'm Cecilia Vaca-Jones, the Executive Director of the Verna Foundation. We work in the field of early childhood development, and our mission is to ensure a good start for all children. We've been working on the field of early childhood development for over 50 years in many different countries around the world. And this time, I want to share with you a couple of reflections of a topic that has become very important, and especially, I would say, during this pandemic years, we've realized on how important it is to start talking about the effects of climate change in the development of young children. So the very first thing I want to say is that there are very many different effects of what's happening because of climate change. But probably one of the worst effects has to do with the quality of air. 93% of the children around the world are breathing toxic air, which means they're not able to access the main public good that we should access the minute we're born. So the minute you're born, the first thing you do is you breathe. and 93% of the children around the world are not breathing good air. What are the consequences of this? That usually bad air does not allow the good development of the neurons in your brain, which are so important, especially in the first 2 years of life, but also the development of your heart, of your lungs, of your sight. So only this one important factor as a consequence of the effects of climate change is one important thing to consider, but there are many others. If you want to learn more about the main effects of climate change in early childhood development, please do check our publication from last year. It's Early Childhood Matters, and we really focus on the different effects of climate change, trying to highlight which are different pieces of evidence that show, for example, how the air quality is affecting the well-being of children, but also how the heat on cities is affecting good pregnancies in women and the well-being of the newly born babies around the world, and many other consequences such as the scarcity of food due to the effects of climate change. So, just summarizing, the effects of climate change are multiple, but the effects of this are really putting in danger the well-being of our babies, toddlers, and their caregivers, of course. But today, I really want to focus more on which could be some of the solutions that we can use in order to tackle the effects of climate change. And the first thing I want to say is around 70% of the population in the world is going to be living in cities by 2030. And if this is going to be the case, we need to ensure that the living of children in cities can become as good as possible. And how we can diminish the impact of the climate change consequences will be the next challenge that we all need to face together. So why don't we start talking about the importance of having a healthy urban environment, and which are some of the key issues that we need to consider in order to have a healthy urban environment. So the first thing I want to say is nature needs to lead the way to any solution that we start thinking of. And if you have been working on the urban planning and design, you know for sure that the more green and blue infrastructure that we can bring to cities, the better for the well-being of people in general, but especially for young children. Again, there's a lot of evidence that bringing nature to our urban spaces can really create many good possibilities for children to develop better health in their general life. Another important thing about nature is that usually when you use green and blue infrastructure solutions, in the end, this can bring such a high return that the investment of cost-effective solutions that relate to green and blue infrastructure can cost less than non-investing in green and blue infrastructure. And I'm saying this because many times when we're thinking about green and blue infrastructure, one of the concerns of many cities around the world is that this has a very high cost. But here what I'm saying, and this is also like an important learning from the work that we do in our Urban 95 approach, which is trying to give advice to different cities when we think and we try to answer to the question, if you could experience the city from 95 centimeters, which is the height of a healthy 3-year-old child, what would you do differently? I think that one of the important answers to this question is bring nature back to your cities. Nature is going to ensure the well-being of young children, not only from a physical perspective, but also from a mental perspective. But also from an environmental perspective, investing in nature now will avoid having any other effects as consequences of the climate change. The other very important thing when you're investing in this green and blue infrastructure that I'm talking about in order to keep trying to confront the effects of climate change has to do with creating better spaces for people. And again, trying to find a way that in these investments that we do from the urban and planning design can really ensure good public spaces for people, where people can meet, people from different areas can meet together, can share together, can create these positive interactions that we need to ensure in order for babies and toddlers to have a good development. Another important thing has to do with trying to change our behaviors. And when we're talking about is there any way that we can help avoid the effects of climate change? What can we do as a population? I think we need to ensure that we start changing our behaviors. And I think a lot of young people are supportive of changing behavior. So when I'm thinking, for example, on sustainable mobility, on active mobility, I can see a lot of young people around the world really sustaining this new ways of thinking about moving around the city. So using bicycles instead of using personal cars, or using public transport, which is a lot more sustainable than using a private car, and walking, which is the best way that we can help sustain the planet. So I do want to emphasize that one very practical way to help the planet is being active and making sure that we can support sustainable ways of moving. Another important solution that I would like to bring to this discussion today is how can we be resourceful and creative when we're talking about urban and planning design for cities? And this again brings me back to this discussion. Is there anything that we can do from an urban design perspective in order to create better connections between young children and the immediate environment that's surrounding them? And I think there are many different ways to do that. And part of the solutions and the design solutions that we're looking in the different cities that we work at the moment bring many natural elements back to the city. So, for example, bringing water to the public infrastructure that we have is a way that we can really kind of support this new connection between natural elements and human beings. And this is very important, and sometimes it's just about being creative and how we can bring back these elements into the daily life of what people need to experience. Another very important thing, and again, if you want to refer to some of the articles that we published in our Early Childhood Matters in 2021, has to do with all the advocacy efforts that we can do in order to really create more awareness and consciousness of what's happening because of climate change. And we have many good examples of how parents are organizing themselves in order to defend their rights for their children, because they're thinking about the future generation. So I think this has to do with being more responsible among different generations. So it's about us caring about the future of the youngest population in the world. And this has to do about like caregivers advocating for the well-being of the coming generations. There are many interesting examples of how caregivers are the ones demanding, for example, better quality of air in their cities. So, for example, diminishing traffic jams in very specific areas of the city because air quality can be focused in very specific areas. So, for example, lowering the traffic in all the streets that are close to daycares or are close to schools or are close to health services is very important, because if we know that our children are spending most of their time in these services, then probably from the public policy perspective, we can also help support that we diminish the traffic and the concentration of bad air in the places where children are spending more time. So advocating for these causes also depends on how well we can help citizens to organize themselves so they can raise their voices and they can do very concrete actions in order to change the way that we manage and design our cities. Another very important thing has to do with the design itself. And here, if you talk to any architect, engineer, urbanist, you can see that there are many different ways from the design perspective that can help support the effects of climate change. So I was referring before to one of the worst effects that we're seeing in climate change, especially in the effects on pregnant women, has to do with the increase in heat. So are there any different design solutions that we can think of that can create more shade, that can help lower the temperature? The answer is yes. There are many solutions from the design perspective that can bring more shade to our cities. Again, bringing green infrastructure, of course, bringing more nature, bringing more trees, will automatically create more shade in our cities and will lower the temperature of our cities. But of course, many times this is difficult to incorporate in our cities, but there are different ways that we can create this infrastructure that can provide the shade that people need in order to really protect from the heat and the high temperatures that we're starting to get in many cities around the world. So again, thinking about cost-effective solutions that can confront some of the effects of climate change is very important, and we can definitely find solutions that can help support these issues. Another important thing is when you're thinking about design and planning, think about babies. And I'm not just saying this because we work with babies and toddlers, but I'm basically, again, reflecting on the importance of really having an impact in the life of the very young children, because we're setting the foundations of the people for the future. So if from the design perspective, we can think about better ways to help people interact, to help babies, toddlers, and their caregivers find spaces where they can connect, where they can share different thinkings, where they can share like good public life, is definitely going to help support any other effects that come together with climate change. These are some of the ideas I can share with you today. I hope this is helpful to some of the questions that you will be raising through this forum, but I really wanted to make sure that I could basically bring into the picture and the discussion what are some of the effects that we're starting to see in very young citizens of this world that deserve our attention, that deserve our action, that deserve that we actually do something so they can have a better future in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Cecilia Facker-Jones, the Executive Director of Verna Foundation, for the insightful remarks presenting about the effects of climate change and its solution. So we can see that in the beginning of our talk, we could highlight that the air is one of the most important things to consider, and it is the impact of the climate change. And there are ways that we can do to reduce the bad air pollution, such as walking or use the bicycle instead of our own vehicle. And later in her speech, we should take care of our nature. That's another important thing to consider, because this is the long-term investment to invest in our next generation. And now, let's welcome our third keynote speaker today, Ms. Putri Kuswisnuwardani, the member of Presidential Advisory Council of Republic of Indonesia. To Ms. Putri Kuswisnuwardani, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of Republic of Indonesia. Distinguished Ms. Nola Turner-Jensen, CEO of Crackerjack Education Australia. Distinguished Ms. Cecilia Facker-Jones, Executive Director of Bernard van Leer, Netherlands. Distinguished Mr. Harold Lucero, Director, G20 Innovation. Thank you for having me today as one of the keynote speakers on EdHeroes Forum Oceania Australia chapter with the topic of strengthening social activism and improving literacy. I am Putri Kuswisnuwardani, a member of Presidential Advisory Council of Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, as elsewhere in Asia, education plays a key role in national development. With over 50 million students and 2.6 million teachers in more than 250,000 schools, Indonesia is the third largest education system in Asia and the fourth largest in the world, behind only China, India, and the United States. In the past decade, education in Indonesia is widely recognized as an engine for economic growth through the human capital accumulation. Education and human development are also the central of Indonesian government's development agenda under the second period of President Joko Widodo governance. The Indonesian education system has brought a full of promise. Since a past decade, Indonesia has implemented various education reform, including decentralization education system, improvement of teacher qualification, and increase in educational budget into 20% of total government spending, which is mandated by Indonesian law. These reforms have also expanded access to education, especially for underprivileged children. While education is widely recognized as an engine for growth, education is an important source for boosting the level of social capital. There are some possible explanations for the impact of education on society and social activism. Simply, it is because education shapes what you know, providing more knowledge and experience that facilitate social activism and engagement. Education does not only mean the level of education completed, but also related to the literacy skills in understanding the information and situation. In addition, social skills, which include attitudes, characters, motivation, and values, are also importantly needed in supporting the national identity. Both literacy and social skills encourage social activism. With the growing of social media, digital literacy skills have also become a major factor in enabling people to get information in social and even political activism. However, the use of social media should be wisely. Correct and incorrect information is very easy to be obtained from various sources over the internet. So it is necessary for the public to pay attention to that information by cross-checking the information whether it is in line with reality. If not, then the information can be categorized as false or hoax information. Ladies and gentlemen, social skill also important, which lead people becoming more tolerant, more valued, and well-behaved among the society. This is actually important, particularly in the case of diverse Indonesia. Since the independence in 1945, the Constitution, for example, also states that every citizen is given the freedom to choose and practice his or her belief and to guarantee all freedom to worship according to his or her religion or belief. With the tolerance, we can appreciate and respect the activities of the surrounding community, especially the life of different religions, different tribes, and different cultures. The recognition of Indonesia's ability to live the values of tolerance as well as the values of democracy has been recognized in the eyes of the world. This is one of the reasons why Indonesia has been chosen as the G20 Presidency in 2022, which is a cooperation forum of 20 of the world's major economies. We must always maintain these positive vibes. Supporting for this, Indonesia has what is called Pancha Sila, which consists of 5 principles as guidelines of Indonesian character. First, believe in the God Almighty. Second, civilized humanity. Third, the unity of Indonesia. Fourth, democracy guided by the inner wisdom arising out of deliberation among representatives. And fifth, social justice for all the people of Indonesia. The implementation of Pancha Sila in social activities requires the support of all elements, including good government, school or institutions, teachers, students, and the community. The government, for example, provides comprehensive policies as an integrated support from the implementation of national identity. Teacher is the main character who deals directly with students and young people, while students are the main figures who become the subject in education, who preparing themselves to join the society. Indonesia will celebrate 100 years of independence in 2045. we should prepare the coming 2045 with golden generation when Indonesia's productive age population is the biggest in Southeast Asia. Social activism remains relevant in the implementation of nation's character and will greatly help in implementing Pancha Sila as national identity. The Indonesian character remains appropriate and is very much shown in attitudes related to the values contained in Pancha Sila, including religious character values, social care, national spirit, democracy, and tolerance. Finally, Indonesia, as elsewhere countries in the world, now is still facing COVID-19 pandemic. Although Indonesia is generally quite successful in declining the level of pandemic, there are still many issues out there which need our assistance through social activism in many sectors, such as poverty, inequalities, and sustainability. We believe that by doing positive social activism that combined with the development of national characters and identity will overcome all of the challenges more easily. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Putri Kuswisnuwardani, the member of Presidential Advisory Council of Republic of Indonesia, for your excellent speech. I believe all participants who joined this event today have been enlightened on what to focus more. It's not only about completing the education, but also considering the literacy skill that the students can get. Okay, now I would like to call upon our fourth keynote speaker, Mr. Harold Lucero, Director, Regulatory FinTech DAO DeFi Innovation, who will talk about digital competencies. To Mr. Harold Lucero, the screen is yours, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. Good morning, I guess, in Indonesia. Good afternoon in Australia, and anywhere else in the world. Good morning, afternoon, or good evening. And thank you to EdHeroes and the Australian chapter, and also Farhanis for inviting me to participate today. Very encouraging to see. I'm very excited to see what the work that EdHeroes is doing, and now it's expanding to other regions of the world. So it's a really good movement that you're working on. So congratulations to everyone on that. Just a bit of background about myself. My name is Harold Lucero. I am based in Sydney, Australia. I'm a father of 3 boys, schoolboys, and I'm a technologist by heart, heavily involved in the financial services space. I'm also an entrepreneur, and I've done quite a lot of things with technology in financial services and to some extent education, which I do have a bit of a soft spot for. So that's a bit of me on background, and I think I have about 5 to 10 minutes to talk about digital competencies. And I think we just saw in the previous presentation the importance of the skills in this digital world. And we just went through 2 years pandemic shock, and how everyone in around the world had to be exposed to new ways of doing things, and the importance of understanding what digital skills are, digital competences are. We talk about it, we read about it, but do we understand what it means? And we as parents, as educators, as teachers, as part of society, need to understand what actually digital competency means. So I thought I put together a couple slides. There's 4 points here that we're going to delve into. One is about talking about the importance of the digital competencies. Then we go, what does it actually mean to be digitally competent? And from a different context, from a global context, and also from an Australian context, because Australia is doing some fancy things on that front. And then we'll look at a bit of emerging trends. And some of these emerging trends, the majority of these emerging trends are to do with technology underpinning it. So again, something that the reason why as citizens we need to understand these competencies. And so we'll go into it. So, but before I go into detail, just if we can go to slide number 1, please. Can we flip to slide number 1? Excellent, thanks. So I just wanted to give you a bit of snapshot of some of the stats out there in the world. Right now in the world, it is estimated that we have about 720 million students in year 8 to 12, which are now studying online. That's about, 2/3 of those students online are exposed to risks like cyber risks, for example. And we were talking about social media before in the previous presentation as well, how important it is to understand the context and understand what you're doing and who you're talking to, and be smart about information that you're receiving. So it is important that our young people build that crucial digital life skill sets, which is required, to have opportunities in the future to get a job and support. So just to understand that amount of people students that are now online, and how they need to be equipped to be able to perform efficiently. Okay. So if we look at the graph on the left, that's a couple of years back. That's when the pandemic started, and it's kind of the beginning of it. It's about February, March 2020, and you can see the jump of how many students we had to go online around the world. So that's 1.3 billion. If you cannot see it, that's billion with a B. So that's just about 20% of the global population that went online, basically because of the pandemic and when everything got shut down. And taking China as an example, Tencent Classroom, if you don't not familiar with Tencent, think of Google in America or Europe. Tencent is the Google in China, and they have very similar technology, but Tencent was extensively used across China. And there was a point where 730,000 students, or approximately 81% of students of China from year K to 12, attended the classes via online using the Tencent technology. So again, that gives you a bit of a snapshot of the importance of understanding what the digital competencies are. So if we move to the next slide, please. So just to go back a bit into what is it and what do we mean by digital competencies? I mean, digital competencies, we have different competencies, right? There's communications in your mother tongue, there's learning to learn, social and civic competencies, but there's digital competencies. And these are a way of mastering the basic digital literacy skills that should enable us to become lifelong learners. Our ability to search for information, to evaluate sources, to use critical thinking to assess information gives us the ability to become lifelong learners using digital tools. So what we're looking at on the screen here is a framework of what a digital competency means. And this is from a global context. The next slide we look at a bit later from an Australian context. But basically, when you look at that, it's 5 areas, right? When we think about technology, look at 5 areas. There's information. There's 3 core ones on the left there of the graph. There's information, communication, and content creation. And there's also the safety part of the using technology and the problem-solving skill sets. So that's the areas that's the framework that gives us the ability for us to and understand what a competency is. So in the terms of information, for example, a competency within the information space, we can see it's slide number 1.1.1, browsing, searching, and filtering information is a simple asset and a skill set and competency. Evaluating that information, again, if you're in social media, you need to evaluate the information you're receiving. Managing information and digital content that you're receiving. Same thing. The next area is communication, interacting, sharing, collaborating, and digital identity on online. How do you manage that? How do you protect that? The next one is content creation. And that's developing about writing content into it and programming skill sets. Might not be into programming, but programming is one of those competencies within the context of digital competence. And the fourth one is the safety part of it, and protecting our devices, protecting our personal data and the privacy, and protecting the health and well-being and the environment around us, and the problem solving as well. So this is a framework from a global context. So what I want to do now is move a bit closer to home, which is Australia. And so the next slide, if we please move to the next slide. Excellent. So in Australia, we have a government entity called Acara, which means the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority, which is the government authority responsible for the development of a national curriculum, a national assessment program, the data collection, reporting, and supports the learning of Australian students. So they recently, given the fact of the pandemic and so many challenges that we had as parents and educators, getting online and learning how to do things online and teaching, helping our kids learn, they undertook a review of this whole digital literacy capability. And they came up with this framework, which kind of, if you look at it, kind of adapts to the main one that we just saw before. And so you have basically in the center is the digital literacy as an area that is a continuum learning scenario. And through that, you have your elements or your areas, if you call it, if you look at the table on the right. You have the participating digital safety and well-being, communicating and collaborating, investigating, creating, and managing and operating. Very similar to what you saw above, but this is the Australian version of it. And then the sub-elements of it, again, managing the well-being of the students online and so forth. So this is the capabilities we need to instill in our kids. With these capabilities, we want our school system promoting students when they educate our kids. This is we as parents need to understand this. Our students need to learn this. So we as a community need to understand all this. So it's important that we all cooperate and we all part of this change that we are going through. So now we're going to quickly move to the some of the emerging trends that are happening in education in the last couple of years, and that's based. Some of these have an impact on the pandemic. Some of those don't. So they come from, I guess, this new ways of doing things. So if we can move to the next slide, please. I think I'm just checking the time. We have a couple more minutes. So these are the trends that we've seen in education. This is at a global context. It's not Australian, but I think this is a nice survey that was done by Google Education across the world, because I think they got the power to go across different regions of the world and get different views and perspectives. So this is their view of the trends in education. So I thought it was a fantastic area to speak about. And again, it goes back to that whole digital responsibility, that digital competency, the learning that the parents want the schools to help students to have healthy relationships with technology and to be safe and confident and exploring the digital world. We don't want our kids to be afraid of using technology. And sometimes we are negative about technology, saying this, bad actors out there all the time, but there's a lot of good things, and we need to look at those good things, and we need to promote those good things out there. Computational thinking, parents and teachers want students to develop problem solving alongside digital skills, so they will be better prepared for future jobs. Collaborating, innovation is another one. That innovation is for both sides, for the school system, for the teachers, using better tools to teach our kids. There's the life skills and workforce preparation, student-led learning, connecting guardians and schools. Again, that goes back to that whole community approach. Guardians and parents want to be more involved in their child's education, and technology is being used as a tool to connect with the teachers and so forth. So again, the importance of us understanding what digital competencies are there. And lastly, we see the emerging technologies, and schools are incorporating emerging technologies into the classroom. So we can move to the next slide, which is the last slide, and that talks a bit more about emerging technologies. And this there's different from perspective of how we can teach students, how teachers can perform better, can be more efficient at teaching students, doing their job, how the government can help the education systems around different geographies using technology. So there's different, there's 6 of them here. Learning gamified, and the use of AI is becoming very, 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 very prominent in a few geographies. There's e-learning. Obviously, this learning has been there for a while. There is the VR and AR-based learning, which is virtual reality, augmented reality, which, think of Pokemon, but in the context of education, the Pokemon game, that is. So that's an augmented reality type of approach, but you can physically see, or you could interpret a lot of abstract teaching in an interesting way when you start using these devices and so forth. There is also AI-enabled education. And to this, I would add a couple extra things there, which I'm heavily involved myself. It's probably a bit early in the phase, but I think it's going to have a massive impact in the world. And that's to do with blockchain and the use of blockchain, and how blockchain can help us, with credentials and with getting our degrees on the blockchain, so we don't have to carry a piece of paper anywhere in the world. And everything is basically digitized. We can go anywhere in the world, and we can transfer across, and it's verifiable. You cannot be play about with the documentation that if you want to transfer from one country to another. And also there's another trend coming up called the decentralized type of education and decentralized autonomous organizations, which are called DAOs. And again, another area that I'm heavily involved with. And I see DAOs, now we're kind of using DAOs in a more financial services type of space to some extent. And it's kind of, I see that growth in education to some extent. And what a DAO does is basically just bring the whole community together and for one purpose or one cause. And using DAOs and using blockchain technology, we're looking, for example, from the perspective of helping finance education for students that come from developing countries, new ways of funding education for students that would like to advance their degrees from in a different country, but they're not able to, for whatever reason, they don't have access to credit or something like that. But blockchain could enable those things. Again, there's an interesting area that we can explore a bit later in another type of forum that we can talk about. But so this is more or less some about ideas of what the technology is impacting the education, how digital competencies, how important they are for us to acquire, to know, and to develop them, and to promote them with our kids. And I hope this gives you a bit of an overview of that. And if there is any questions, just at the end of the slide, I have my email address there. Please send me some questions, and I'll be glad to answer them back. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Harold Lucero. What a wonderful speech from you. Before that, could you please turn on your camera, Mr. Harold?
Oh, I thought I had it on. Sorry. It said that it's on. I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay, maybe you could go to settings and...
okay, maybe change it now. Is that better?
Yep, you're on.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Fantastic. Sorry, yeah.
Yes. Everybody wants to see you. What an impressive, talented man with a lot of things to do with 3 boys.
Yeah.
So, yep. So thank you for bringing the digital competencies topic for today's event. I think some of us still questioning what was it, but you have explained that for us today. I think the main is how we can utilize the technology to support our self-development, like you said before, researching information or creating the content, and how to do with the communication. Like this is the very difficult era, like we are in the pandemic situation before, and so we have to shift our offline activity to online activity, and here it is the challenge how to perform efficiently, right?
Yeah. Well, it is that, and it's also that we are living in a digital world now, right? We cannot get away from it. We're moving more and more digital, right? You've heard the word metaverse out there, right? Facebook's changed the name to Meta. The metaverse is a whole new world, right? And I see the metaverse again, something like schools are going to be set up in the metaverse. Students are going to attend in the metaverse and learn through that without having to go through a physical building somewhere in a city, right? It actually works. When you go in, you can do banking through it. You can send money from point A to point B without using the blockchain. I mean, by the way, metaverse is actually based on the blockchain. So that's it's what is called Web3. Or if you look at the internet, think of the internet as Internet 1, Internet 2, and Internet 3. Internet 2 is what we have now, what we all know it. We know Google, we know Facebook. That's Internet 2. Internet 3 is this whole new world. It's called Web3. And that's what we're moving towards. And it is just going to have an impact on our lives. And we have to learn how to use computers. We need to learn how to manage data, how to interpret data. We're going to be connecting with people online all the time. And just like, you go out in the street now in Sydney, in the bad area of Sydney, and you have to know where you're walking, what time you're walking. You don't want to go into the wrong spot, right? So you have to use your common sense. Equally in the cyberspace, it's exactly the same way, but you have to learn those skill sets to navigate through that. So yes.
Absolutely. Yes, this is digital world today. Thank you so much, Mr. Harold Lucero, for your time being presenting in this event today. I hope you have a great day back there in Sydney.
Thank you for that, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now let's move to the next agenda. It is the opening speech from Ms. Farhanisa Nasution as the project chairwoman of EdHeroes Forum Asia. To Ms. Farhanisa Nasution, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Dwi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Ms. Cecilia Vaca-Jones, Executive Director of Bernard Van Leer Foundation. Ms. Putri Kuswisnuwardani, Member of Presidential Advisory Council of Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Harold Lucero, Director DeFi Innovation. Distinguished speakers and guests, thank you very much for making the time to be with us on this beautiful day. Ladies and gentlemen, according to a new report released by the United Nations Children's Fund, or UNICEF, entering its 3rd year, the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to hold back some 405 million school children worldwide from a full return to the classroom. The study points out that 147 million school children missed more than half of their in-class instruction over the past 2 years, amounting to 2 trillion hours of lost in-person education globally. And as countries have yet to fully reopen schools, many children are at risk of just dropping out. This rising inequality in access to education and learning means that education risks becoming the greatest divider not the greatest equalizer. When the world fails to educate its children, we all suffer. Therefore, we need to radically rethink education. It's not just about accelerating skills training, it's about building the cognitive and interpersonal skills that people will need. We have to think generationally, and it's not clear that education systems around the world are building that adaptability and creativity for the educational system. And also, people will need to remain relevant in the workforce. It is not just a challenge for the educational system. Every company, for example, also needs to create experiences that help workers learn, not only through explicit training, but also methods and practices through which people unconsciously learn. Ladies and gentlemen, the EdHeroes movement aims to unite people who believe in education, who believe that education should be centered on the needs of family. Our mission is to provide support to families all over the world in their journey to success and prosperity by giving them access to a quality education. At the same time, the family's main goal is to bring up an autonomous, capable, and happy individual. Due to the pandemic and the forced transition to distance learning from everyone connected with education, we have had to deal with some unprecedented challenges. The family has become the main platform for educating and bringing up a child. The EdHeroes movement emerged in response to global uncertainty. It embodies the idea that education should be centered around the interests of the family. Imagine how powerful our world would be if we had future generations who were not afraid to take risks and who were not afraid to think. Ladies and gentlemen, after our EdHeroes Indonesia and Malaysia forum, we are glad to be back here in Australia. With the long-standing relations between Australia and Indonesia, we decided to do a collaboration forum where we talk about education here in the EdHeroes Australia Indonesia Forum 2022. We invited speakers from policymakers, academia, thought leaders, educators, tech people, and education reformers from all across the globe to talk about the future of education, especially on how to strive and revive from local to global perspective. We do really hope that we could stand together as one, and let's continue our work to deliver our belief that education is the most effective way to change the world to become stronger than ever. At times like this, we believe this is what we need. Let diversity, love, peace, and tolerance become a fundamental value for us and the upcoming generations. Together, we can do this. We were born to make a difference because each one of you is an EdHero. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the EdHeroes team, I would like to welcome you all to EdHeroes Australia Indonesia Forum 2022. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Farhanisa Nasution, for a very warm speech in this afternoon. And that's all wrap up our general session for today. Thank you for all the amazing keynote speakers and opening speech to kickstart the EdHeroes Forum to Education movement. And right after this, we also have many speakers with different backgrounds and experts in many fields who will discuss through provoking topics. To remind you, we have one track event. It's called Education, Shift in Social Responsibility that consists of two sessions. The first, Family Education and Mental Health, and the second, Practicing Democracy and Strengthening Social Activism. You can check the event details through your mail. Also on this YouTube description to watch inspiring session with the greatest speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is supported by ID Next Leader, Mata Garuda Aceh, Overseas Indonesian Students Association Alliance in Asia Oceania region. Thank you for all the attendees for participating in our general session. And the track session will start at 40 by EST GMT plus 10 time. Let's enjoy the session as the heroes of the education movement in the world. It's been a very fruitful session listening to our keynote speakers who will talk about various interesting topics today, from climate change to education to digital competencies. I am Dwi Juniana as your master of ceremony today. Apologize for any mistake in our general session and wish you have a great day. Thank you and goodbye.
Hello everyone, welcome to EdHeroes Forum Australia Indonesia chapter Strive and Revive from Local to Global Perspective. My name is Aditya Arifaldi, and this morning I will have the honor to moderate as the first sessions under the track of Education's Shift in Social Responsibility with the topic discussion Family Education and Mental Health. For your information, today's forum consists of 2 sessions. The sessions will last about 60 minutes, or it will be ended at 12 o'clock Indonesia time or at 3 p.m. Australia time. And the second session will immediately follow this session with the topic of practicing democracy and strengthening social activism. Ladies and gentlemen, a recent study has found that the promotions of cultural and educational interactions between students and social agents, especially or more particularly with family members, enhance students' achievement. For these few years, we have been living in an era of worriness and confused caused by the COVID-19 viruses, the lockdown, and many, many more. Being depressed and getting lazy has become a common mental health and educational problem, which occur to almost everybody, especially children. Therefore, in this current era, we are in need of community involvement, especially family, in many aspects of our life like never before. Ladies and gentlemen, in these sessions, we will be accompanied with many interesting, astonishing, and amazing speakers. We'll have 5 speakers for today's session, and without any further ado, allow me to invite the speakers to this session. Our first speaker is a play therapist, a writer, and also a PhD student at Cambridge University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Sydney Conroy. Our second speaker is a multiple university research assistant at the Early Childhood Education Department and also a PhD student at Marmara University. Please welcome Ms. Oslem Donmez. For the third speaker, we'll have Ms. Dafrina Rianda, who is a founder of Lab Pintar and a researcher at Human Nutrition Research Center Indonesia at Medical Education and Research Institute, the Medical Department of University of Indonesia. Please welcome Ms. Dafrina. Our next speaker is Ms. Finella Ai Adelina. She is a founder of Gamaliel Kids Development Center, an education and therapy center for special needs children. Hello, Ms. Finella. And the last but not the least, our next speaker is the 2022 East Kalimantan Princess of Indonesia, Ms. Magiana Ignacia. Hello, everybody. How are you today, guys?
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. A very amazing lines of speakers. I'm currently feeling like looking at the women, the Avengers. All of the speakers today are women, which is very interesting. Right. To get directly to the session so that we're not going to spend more time in useless conversation, let's go to the point of the discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about family relationship education. And also we're going to discuss this in connection to the COVID-19. Before we jump too deep into that, now let's start with the definition, shall we? What is family education? Maybe I will start with you, Miss Oslim.
Thank you for your warm welcoming. And I can define family education as a child usually says hello from a family. This is very important for us because children born in a family, and researchers have found that there is a significant relationship between early childhood education and care to foster children's learning and education for later life. And the first years of childhood are the most important ones. And we define them as magical years of child because, especially for brain development, children's children, if they develop their brain potential fully, they reach their abilities and their brain develops very well. But it is important for family to develop their children with effective stimulus.
Right.
There are a lot of responsibilities and roles of families. For example, nurturing, caring, loving, feeding. And we should think that is every family successful in fulfilling these roles? Of course not. For example, in families living in different conditions.
Miss Oslim, let me stop you there a moment. We're going to dive deep into it in a couple of questions. Let me now ask Miss Sydney Conroy. How are you, Miss Sydney?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Right, I'm good. As a play therapist, Miss Sydney, do you have a new, probably, perspective on family education?
On what education?
Family education.
On family education, yes. We know that play therapy is the most impactful when the family is involved together. So we do give children their individual play sessions that allows them to kind of work through their own stories and problems, and then including the parents afterwards allows really the home environment to change, which is really important. And then we oftentimes try and get teachers or other educators involved so that everyone is able to provide kind of a cohesive care for our children.
Right. So direct involvement of both community and educational system.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Now I'm going to ask. We have actually two practitioners here. We have Miss Dafrina and Miss Finella. Now let me go to Miss Dafrina. You are a practitioner. You found. You are a founder of Lab Pinter, right? And also a researcher. In your experiences, Miss Dafrina, how would you explain this family relationship education?
Yeah, thank you, Mas Aditya. I just would like to add the insightful answers from Oslim and also Sydney. I think one of the aims of family relationship education is basically to ensure that every family members understand that they are significant to the family, they have their own role in the family, and the most important one is that they understand that they need to support each other for the sake of the well-being of the family. And if we are speaking about family, the education itself, it is also need to consider the uniqueness of the family, unique characteristics, the dynamics of each families, and it would need a tailored approach, solutions, and strategies that best fit to the dynamics and challenges that they face. So we need to also consider their values, their goals, and also their existing challenges. And it can be provided through many tools, webinar, offline seminar, brochures, and so forth. But I would like to say that counseling, also group support, are important addition and best strategy to family education.
Right. Allow me to go to Miss Finella. You are not only special for being here, but also you are a founder of an education and therapy center for special needs children. Do you have, any special perspective for us, especially you directly involve yourself in educating special needs children? Please, Miss Finella.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Aditya. I think parents are the expert of their children. They know their children since they were born. They accumulate a wealth of knowledge about their children as learners, and they know what their child needs to make progress, and they can support their child more directly and individually. And this is in the family setting. And I think with this family relationship education, parents felt that they can become the teacher, but they also simultaneously realized that uh, they were able to motivate and support their children the way the formal setting in the schools could. However, the collaboration between family and the formal setting, schools, government, and educational program support system is the foundation of the education system, as they are the first point of contact for students, not only for the special needs but also for all the educational needs. All the stakeholders
Right.
should come together to support this partnership.
Right, right, lovely. I love the word that parents are the experts of the children. Right, right. I couldn't agree more to that. Now let's move on to our last panelist, Miss Magiana. As Putri Indonesia, I know you will have to do lots of I would say promotions, and then you would also do lots of discussion with the government and many stakeholders. Do these family educations now as a new system itself? Do we have or do you have this family education part of your promotions, Miss? Please.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Kak Aditya. First of all, it's not just because as the Putri Indonesia for Kalimantan Timur, but also I was a bachelor graduate of psychology from the University of Indonesia, and right now running for the competition of one of the first beauty pageant in Indonesia, which is official Putri Indonesia. I bring my advocacy with me, which is wellness worthy. It's a work between empowering people to prioritize their own physical, mental, and spiritual health. And actually, family education, psychology development is one of my favorite subjects during college because I got the chance to learn more about myself, about my childhood. And I really agree with Muslim because the first 5 years of your education and your parenting style is really affecting your personality. And because at that time I grew up with such an authoritarian and controlling father, but thankfully with an authoritative mother because it really shaped me the way I am right now. And I know that maybe sometimes we experience an unpleasant experience, but we have the audacity to express ourselves and to develop more into a very well state, no matter how bad or how unpleasant our childhood is. We have the
Right.
willpower to change our future and be that childhood is our experience to grow even more and of course to learn more as a person.
Right, right. Perfect. Now let's move on to the next question. It's really important questions. And of course, I will address everyone for this question. Do you think, or how is the relationship between the family relationship education or family educations in building stronger community? I would like to start with Miss Sydney Conroy, please.
Yeah, so I think we have to sort of shift away, definitely in the Western world, of this individualistic, what happens in the family can't be talked about and is solely the domain of the parents, we need to kind of shift to this more collective community, it takes a village to raise a child type mindset, and that really impacts kind of the care that children get and the different perspectives that they're able to see, and also just we don't always know what's happening inside of a family home, and so there's really a protective factor to having lots of adults and other children and all of these different community members being involved. but we sort of have to address shame and guilt when it comes to parenting, I think, to kind of get over that barrier for more community care.
Right. So, do you think, like in current society, we still have the pressure from the community on how to raise your children correctly? Do you think we still have that kind of mentality?
I definitely see it commercialized. We see that with all these parenting books and parenting courses, that there's like a way to raise your child. And I think that trickles down into certain communities more than others. But I definitely think that it's prevalent that people have expectations about how other people should be raising their children. And there are ways to do harm. And so there needs to be kind of this community education around it. And there is no one way to parent a child. And I think that to be addressed.
Right, Miss Finella, the answer given by Miss Sydney, I think is quite correlated with your answer before, that a parent is the expert of the children. Do you think there is no one way and in raising our children, and how do you think it can collaborate or building a stronger community is we involve community in raising our children, please?
As I'm quoting a popular saying that it takes a village to raise a children. So not only the parents it takes for children to succeed, to be a strong standing member of the communities, but it takes supportive families, economically and socially viable neighborhoods, and effective social support system, not only from the school teachers, but also from the social services, and moreover the government. It all takes the necessary actions to provide the things for our children. And this collaboration in community building and family support is a concept that the children are not only the responsibility of the family, but also the government and the community as a whole system.
Right. Thank you very much. Now I'll move on to Miss Oslim. As the research assistant on early childhood education department, Miss Oslim, do you find it is true that this family education system will build a stronger community, and how would you see that happen?
Yes, of course, because the main beneficiaries of family education programs is the first child, secondly the family, and thirdly the community, the society. When we make interventions to child and the family, we only not make changes in the life of their children, we also contribute to the family and the society. For example, I can give an example. 1 Turkish lira investment for family education programs turn as 7 liras. And for example, there are lots of contributions from children are also become future adults. And for example, Dr. Uğur Şahin and Dr. Özlem Türeci is adults and make huge contributions while building the biotech, and they make huge contributions to the whole society, community, and the world also. If we raise children and families, we support them, they will contribute the whole world when they become future leaders, future adults. And it is very important.
Right. So the children that raised by this education system will then become the leader, right? Right. That's very promising vision. Now let's move to Miss Dafrina Rianda. I would like to shift the question a little bit. As someone who work in the private sectors, do you have any data on how many percentage and proportions of family education programs provided by public and private sectors, Miss Dafrina?
Yeah, thank you, Mas Aditya. Unfortunately, I don't have a specific data, but based on experience, I would say roughly it's 60, 60, 40, 60 for the public and 40 for the private. Considering that government and other public sectors provide the framework, the guidelines and the policies on family relationship education, and many parts of the government involved in this issue: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, BKKBN, Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas. But most importantly, private sectors can be an enabler, I would say, to achieve the target, because most of, not most of the time, but sometimes they may have a better resources in some part, and also connection to the community. So I think it is open for public and private partnership to achieve the target. Yeah.
Right. Right. Very interesting answer. Now let's move to Miss Magiana. That's, as you heard earlier, that public and private both find its own roles, 60-40% for public and private sectors.
Yes.
Do you feel that like public or government should take more roles on this, or they should have worked more closely with the private sectors, or which one is better? Because in Indonesia we found that most of schools is a public schools, and most of system or rules and run by publics. Do you think it's better to have more public sectors on these matters or private sectors? Please, Ms. Magiana.
I think on this matter, everyone should point out everything very equally between the family, the private sector, and the public sector too, because children have to learn a lot from several sections, and also from their social relationship with their peer group around their age, and also maybe when they can broader their influence with the governor and also the public sector, it will become more learned from the parents too, because some of the parents maybe in our country not really good or not they don't really know about the right parenting style. Some of them also got married at a really young age, and that's the governor role to educate a lot of people and a lot of parents, so they can know how to nurture and how to take care of their children, and also from the school. And we have to create an equal environment for the children, both from their home and also from the school.
Right. Now, with that in mind, right, let's shift the discussion a little bit toward the one of the most popular discussion nowadays, which is COVID-19. So, ladies and gentlemen, this discussion has become very interesting now, that the importance of family education is high. And how does this can help us recover, especially our mental health during this COVID-19? I would go first with Miss Dafrina.
Yeah, I think we cannot underestimate the impact of pandemic on family relationship and education. A lot of research have demonstrated that maternal depression, loss of employment, suboptimal childcare are prominent during this unprecedented situation. And our data from Jaga Mama, which is a group support network for mothers, we have a preliminary survey showing that around 70% of the future moms and moms felt more stressed during the pandemic. And maternal depression is important factors for parenting and also childcare. And this is really concerning. So I think this is where family relationship education takes place to ensure that they can strive and have a solid communication during this situation. And it may not be easy. We just maybe I would say just don't stop the efforts, because we never know. Maybe a small step can really have a big impact on a family.
Right. The importance of communication. Miss Finela, how do you see that the importance of communication will is that helping well in especially with the special needs children?
Sorry. As a parent, and I also has a one special needs kid, and my main concern during the online learning situation was about how and to what extent parents are asked in my children's academic success. Parental involvement is important, but how is it fair to ask these parents to do more? But teachers, on the other hand, they they are now more progressive in doing the teaching. The conversations between parents and teachers are switched away from discipline and this is what your child isn't doing to here's what we can do together to make sure that your child continues to learn and grow. So I think parents and teachers have this complementary skill sets and a common purpose to help kids learn and to be a successful member of the community.
Right. So now we are shifting to a family members and teachers both educating the students. Right. That's really interesting remarks. Now I'll ask Miss Oslim Dormes. Uh, Again, as a researcher in the early childhood education department, do you feel that the joint combinations of teacher and then parents give more impacts to the students development compared to the old way where teacher teach our student our kids and then kids go home and report how bad the teacher is and that's keep going on. How do you think, Miss Oslip?
COVID-19 pandemic shows us that online learning is a part of our life and parents also have an impact on children's learning. So I think COVID-19 contribute parents to see that they are teachers of their children. A family is a learning environment to support their children, and but majority of the families may not have the skills to develop their children, and family education programs on that aspects gain importance, and collaboration with teachers also have an impact because teachers help parents to learn how to support their children, what they want children to become, and what are the assignments, how they interact with children, appropriate communication ways, and guiding their online learning. So the collaboration is always important between teachers and parents, but COVID-19 pandemic enhanced it.
Right. So let's consider that the positive impact of COVID-19. Right, Miss Sydney Conroy, I have a question for you. Really, as you're a play therapist, you're also a writer. Do you find the best way on how parents and teachers should collaborate? Like, is there any kinds of playful things that teacher and parents should do, or how would you suggest the collaboration between them? Please, Miss Sydney.
Yeah, so I think both teachers and parents need to be kind of aware that something like COVID-19 pandemic is a collective trauma. And what that really means is just that something is overwhelming our entire community. And in this case, it happens to be global, but collective trauma can happen in countries and cities, just in select communities. But this just happens to be something that's happening to all of us, which means that we also have teachers and parents that are impacted by the stress, and they are also dysregulated, and dysregulated adults cannot help regulate dysregulated children.
Right.
So we need parents and teachers to take their own mental health really seriously. Something that I've seen thrown around is complete your stress cycle. And so that means stressors like collective trauma, the COVID-19 pandemic, don't go away very quickly, but the stress that lives in our body, we can get our body through our stress cycle every day. So I would recommend that teachers and parents do something physical with their bodies at the end of the night, take a walk, dance around, any sort of playful activity with your kid that helps remind your body that you're safe. That's really good for parents, teachers, and children. So teaching that to children is also important. It's something that teachers can incorporate into their classrooms, something parents can put into bedtime routines, and that helps mitigate the larger effects that we may see, because we're not necessarily going to see PTSD level symptoms come out of this for children or families, but we are going to start to see these kind of effects in more insidious ways. And so making sure that teachers and parents are kind of well equipped for naming what we're going through and helping themselves help the children.
Right. Sorry. Right, now let's move on to Miss Magiana Ignacia. Talking about the self-healing, right? Mentioned by Miss Sydney Conroy before. I know that you mentioned earlier you have one of the goals that you have is how people understand their own self and then do self-healing. How do you suggest people do that? Because most of the time we thought that we know ourselves, but in fact we sometimes don't. In your own movement, how do you suggest people to do that?
Okay, so probably some of the people tend to misunderstood the self-healing term. Some of them think like just going to Bali and traveling and
Right.
yes, and then having a sunbath and having a shopping and something like that. Something that is more into a self-indulgence because you taking care or you pampering yourself too much without thinking about your future and also your problem. And I would love to suggest people when it comes to self-healing, the word is heal. So you need to heal your wounds. And sometimes it's not just a wounds with a blood because we cannot see our wounds from our soul, our inner wounds. And that is something that we really need to protect and heal. And by that saying, of course, we have to go to the psychologist and also we have to do therapy, and also I would love to do self-healing, which means that we just heal ourselves by ourselves, and it means that you can do like a journaling, like relaxation, meditation, and also do a physical exercise. And I would really love it, the concept of Healthy Mind Platter by Dr. Daniel Siegel and Dr. David Rock. It calls 7 healthy activities for ourselves that we can do during the day. Every single day we have to do these 7 activities. It is sleep time, of course, and also reflecting time, physical time, working or focus time, connecting time, or social connection, playtime, and also the downtime. It's really important, right? Because it's just like a buffet. When you have you take a buffet meals, you will take the rice, you will take the vegetables, the fruits, the protein, the carbohydrates, and you can't just go during the day eating one pizza slice. You have to eat the nutritions, so you cannot just little sleep time and also working all day long. So that means yes, that means
now I feel bad to myself.
Yes, you have to do it too. We have to do the reflective moment like journaling or meditation. We have to do a simple exercise. 5 minutes or maybe 10 minutes is also enough. Or you can clean your you can clean up your space. It will make your mood a little better, and also with friends, reach out to your friends. And of course, it's not just doing everything you like. Sometimes you have to do the focus time. We have to be productive. We have to finish our task. So in order to do that, we will finish our day with very much grateful because
refreshing mind, yeah.
Reflecting mind. We think of activities we need to do, and we feel better, we feel productive, and also we feel fulfilled because we do listen to ourselves by meditating and journaling, or we can reach out to friends and tell us about our story and our day. And it is very important, and I really see the difference between doing this all the 7 activities in the day and when I didn't do this at the day. So it's really influential, guys.
Very, very useful information.
Very
Thank you, Ms.
useful.
Magiana. Right,
Yeah.
now talking about being productive. This is very interesting question, really, because I believe most of us here are parents, and even though we are not parents, we probably have family who is a parent, and we see that current adolescent kids, they used to spend lots and lots of time with their games, playing with their mobile phones. They sometimes have to lie that we are currently studying, but actually no, they're playing Mobile Legends or some sort of games. And some parents sometimes feel this parental burnout. I just why all my kids here? Like I have 6 kids. Sometimes I just let them go, but no, all of the 6 kids are here. What is the main challenge being a parent as a children partners during the pandemic, especially in the learning context? I would go to Miss Sydney Conroy first.
Yeah, so I would say something huge that we need to shift is kind of that narrative around it. So children aren't necessarily giving you a hard time, they're having a hard time. And what we need to do is work with them. They're trying to fulfill their needs. Maybe they're overwhelmed by the pandemic or online schooling or anything, climate change, any of these kind of large events that are taking place. And so we need to be able to look at their behavior in a different way, that it's communicating that they're missing something and that they need something. And we, as the adults in their lives, it's our job to help them meet that. And so also being gentle with yourself as a parent, that you were also going through a collective trauma and are overwhelmed and things are challenging. And there might be nights where kids need to be in front of the TV because you need a break, and that is okay. So really being gentle with our children and with ourselves, that we're going through something that is stressful and our bodies are doing the best that they can to protect us. And so sometimes that leads us to being inattentive or wanting to isolate versus connect. All of these sorts of things. Focus can be really hard when you're in fight or flight. Memory retention isn't happening. Kids aren't learning in certain states when their bodies are dysregulated. So it has really long-lasting impacts. And so kind of completing that stress cycle and helping our children through whatever they may be going through, asking them how they're feeling, naming your emotions as the parent or the grown-up in the room is important. So there's plenty of ways I think that we can be more gentle with our children and with ourselves.
Right, being gentle to yourself and your children. Miss Dafrina, what are your challenges? Because I believe every parents have their own challenge. Now let's move to Miss Dafrina. What are your challenges, Miss Dafrina?
Yeah, thank you, Mas Aditya, for raising an important issues of parenting. I myself is a mother of 2, 5 years old and 7 months old. So I think when we're talking about how I don't think that parents is like kind of lazy and then just give the children a gadget or something like that. I do think that parents aware what is the impact of giving a lot of time on gadget. They can impact the language development and so forth. But most of the time, the challenge would be the resources and support, because when we met a lot of mothers in our program in Human Nutrition Center, so the mothers or the fathers gave the gadget because they have to do the household chores, and then they don't have any other persons to supervise their children, so they give the gadget itself to their children. So I think it comes down to the alternatives and resources provided to the parents. And speaking about parental burnout, I think that's also, I think every parents experience this, may experience this, but the most important thing is also, I would like also to add answer from Sydney, is that understanding that parenthood is a journey and it is okay, and we have to have the room for learning, so making mistakes, but the most important one is to improve and stay improvement. I think that's all, Mas Aditya.
Right. Thank you, Miss Dafrina. Now let's go to Miss Finella Ayi. You again have a very special kids in your house. How would you manage that? I believe again and again, as Miss Dafrina said before, every parents will have that parenting burnout, and how you overcome it, and how is your experience, please, Miss Finella.
Yeah, I think the most challenging part of being partners for your children, especially for your special needs children amidst the pandemic, is keeping their mental well-being. Um, Many children's social, emotional, and mental well-being has been impacted by the pandemic, and the trauma that faced at this developmental stage can continue to affect them across their lifespan. As Miss Magiana said, their inner child might be wounded by this trauma. So, some of the challenges for special needs children faced during the COVID-19 pandemic could be related to, for example, the first one is changes in their routine. Maybe some of you know that special needs children really needs their routines. For example, they have to go to school every day at the same time with the same routine. They have to wake up at the same hours every day, and then they have to wear the same uniform. So when the things are changing abruptly, they have to stay home in a lockdown, and they have to physically distance from extended family, from their friends. It's causing them stress. Also, the breaks in continuity of learning. For example, they have to stop attending their therapy. They have the technology access and connectivity issues in learning from
Right.
home. And this is for child with developmental delays. This could lead to limited access to occupational health services also. And
Oh,
this is really important, recognizing their emotional, mental challenges and helping to ensure their well-being so that the learning from home process can run smoothly.
right, right. Very, very important things to note as parents. Miss Sydney Conroy. Now, let me go to Miss Oslip. Sorry, Miss Sydney. Let me go to Miss Oslip. What are your experience, Miss Oslip? Especially you are a PhD student, and I know how busy that is. How
Yes,
you manage to overcome that?
this pandemic caused some problems in families, such as communication, technology addiction, and dealing with movement and social emotional needs of children. Especially, in my PhD thesis, I will design a parenting program. First of all, I want to plan it on face to face, but after pandemic, I should revise it. It's changed my program, but I couldn't change it directly before the analyzing the significant effect between face-to-face and online learning. So I designed two programs. The first one is face-to-face and the second one is online, and analyze the significant effect. Is there any effect between them? And there is no significant effect between online learning and
Oh, I
face-to-face
see.
learning between my program. I work to build interaction between families, parents, mothers and fathers, and maternal gatekeeping is the theme of my topic. And I want to make fathers more involved in life of children. Then both mothers and fathers involved in that program. After there is no significant difference, I worked with parents as online learning, because a different way of parenting education and adult education is also online learning. So we turned the program as online. That changed my life as this. Maybe sometimes hybrid programs are also used in parental education programs. So in parental education context, we see some different types of parental education programs, and that also may contribute different parents who work busy hours or have difficulties to attend face-to-face. So it also make a positive impact on the context.
Right. Very interesting answer. I believe it's really hard things to do though, to revise your PhD. But I hope everything is going well. Now let's move on to Miss Magiana Ignacia. You interact with many locals, I do believe, in doing your promotions and advocations. Do you have any experiences or hearing somebody else's experiences on how challenging it is being a parent during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes, of course, there's a lot of stories, and I just read some news before that Indonesia is one of the country with the highest number of fatherless role, because I can imagine that not just because of the research or the numbers from the research, but it comes from the story from my inner circle too, that sometimes the fathers think that they are already enough with just giving a security, financial security. They miss the point about the father figures, and sometimes they also forgot about their children's full name or their favorite color, and also like their age or their birth date. And it is very sad to imagine that kind of things, but I could really imagine that, because actually I can say that my birth is not really expected, because my father really expect a son, and I was the third daughter. Like they really need, please become a son, but turns out it's me, Putri. And yes,
hello.
Hello. Yes, and it's actually, I just knew it that it's kind of disappointing during my, maybe around high school or when I was studying at the psychology school. And if I knew that kind of thing when I was a child, I think I would really sad and growing up as a very low self-esteem kid. But I try to shift that mind, shift that negative experiences, and no matter how many times during my during my psychology school, we do a lot of paper talking about family and reflecting our family style. And I really said, remembering that time when I was really little, I got the caregiver 24/7 for me, because my parents, both of them is working. Also, my mom is a nurse, and my mom can teach my two sisters, but I taught by my caregiver, by my nanny, about like reading and writing and also accounting. And it is I just remember it when I was doing my psychology school. Oh my God, I was really neglected during my childhood. But I tried to shift that, and now I gain my respect from both of my parents, and I do my passion. I do a lot of positive things, like right now running the competition for Putri Indonesia. I think my parents are really proud, and okay, it's okay you become a Putri, because a son couldn't run through this kind of competition gracefully like a girl, you know. And
Right.
it's very interesting. And no matter how the numbers about the fatherless figure, I think human is a very dynamic creature. That maybe when I was a child, my father is very authoritarian parenting style, but right now he's more authoritative, more nurturing, more listening to me, and it is really great, and I am grateful for this. And no matter how bad the experience from my childhood, I could shift that and into a better future right now, and hopefully my advocacy wellness worthy to bring people to prioritize their own mental health, physical and spiritual too, into a better, greater future.
Right, that is very lovely story, and of course, congratulations for being the girl that every parent wants, Right? Putri Indonesia. What else do you want? Like world Putri, right? MashaAllah. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been amazing. Accompanied by 5 amazing women. And we are at the end of the discussion session. And we will move on to the questions and answer sessions. And I believe the moderator will give us the questions in a few moments. We have 2 questions. Now, the first question from Fathu Rafiq, directed to Miss Magiana. Give your opinion about support for kids with helping attention and challenged kids on track during the pandemic.
Wow, okay. Thank you for the question. So during the pandemic, actually, I have a younger brother, and actually, he's a son, a brother, 18 years younger than me, and he's still in high school. And of course, high school student, they have their laptop, their tablet, and their phone, 3 gadgets every day, and they're doing the online education too. And my parents are really involved for his role as a student. They also interacting with the teacher as well, because when I was in high school, my parents doesn't really involve in my education or my teacher. But right now, because of the pandemic, the parents becoming the teacher as well at home. So my parents still challenge my brother to do best at their education. Like we have more time to study right now because of the mobilization time. We don't have to go to school and going back from school, and we have the time to rest and of course to do our homework better. And gratefully, he accept a very good improvement during his study, because before that he really struggling. He really hard during the school, because he entered some kind of I would say it's a really favorite school that the students is quite smart and very high achievers. So maybe it makes him pressured a bit, but my parents are really support him. Like as simple as during the some kind of appreciation day online, my parents going into the Zoom together with my brother at our living room, and my mother also very appreciative with like using her best makeup too, because she wants to look good in the camera. So I think the enthusiasm from the parents could make my brother more motivated to do his education. And right now he also know what to do, what major he wants to take for the college. And
Right.
always listen to your children, always know their opinion, to not just become a parent who is making the decision for themselves, and then at the end of the day they say, why you cannot make decision for yourself? Well, you never had me to do my decision, you have to
Right.
make a decision for
Miss
me.
Bagiana.
So, yes, interacting with
Right. I should cut you there. I'm so sorry. I would love to hear more from you, but it's just the time limits our conversation today. Thank you very much for the answer. I hope the questioner have a satisfying answer. The second question is from Nda. How do you think about parent role, especially in pandemic era, when the children doesn't have many real friends? Wow, I should assign this question to, let's go with Miss Sydney Conroy. Probably as a play therapist, you will have more fun or activity to let Nda know the answer. Please, Miss Sydney.
Yeah, so with the real in quotations, I'm wondering if they maybe mean that they're having digital friendships, which do the same for the emotional support that in real life friendships do. I mean, obviously there's a difference between connection digitally and in person, but still encouraging safe online friendships is really important. So if your child found, a community online during the pandemic, making time to foster that is important. I know that it adds more screen time, but it still kind of provides them with this community. And as for parents, I would say play as often with your children as possible. Get down on the ground with them, see what they want to play, allow them to lead their play. And you can kind of jump in and kind of just co-create something together with them. So you will take more of a peer role in that sense, and that will help with children's development. And then as safely as they can, getting them out into the community with other neighborhood kids, or any like extended family, just encouraging time with other people so that they're not kind of isolating and withdrawn. That's kind of the shift that I see parents taking with play roles.
Right. Thank you very, very much for every speakers on this session. It's been an amazing session, really, for both me and, of course, all the listeners from various platforms. And I hope that we have lots of benefits from these meetings. And to close this session, I would like to give some summary, if you don't mind. The first one, early childhood care is very important for children's development, and the first 5 years should be considered as golden time for children's development. And then parents are the expert of the children. So there is no such thing like a way to raise your children. And then the third summary, I would say, collective community in raising children will help children to grow more. So instead of teaching children inside your family only, by involving the community, the chance of the children's growth better is very high. And then COVID-19 impact family. Of course, it causes stress, and one of the best way to overcome the problem is by being gentle to yourself and being gentle to your kids, and also do lots of productive activity so that at the end of the day, you will have a refreshing day and gone with all the stress. Right, ladies and gentlemen, again and again, this is a very astonishing and amazing discussion. And I hope that everyone watching this session will get a lot of benefits. To all the speakers, we will have a photo session in a couple of moments. And I hope you put your best smile over there so that we can show the world how happy we are today. Yep. We will have the, should I count to 3, everybody? Right now, 1, 2, 3. Right, and one more time. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you very much for all the speakers, the participants, and the partners of today's event. I am Aditya Rifaldi and close this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, honorable to the speakers and respectable to all participants joining this event. Hope everyone is healthy and in a very good condition today. And welcome to today's webinar from EdHeroes Forum Australia Indonesia chapter under the general theme Thrive and Revive from local to global perspective. And before we go further, to gain and elevate our knowledge through some amazing and astonishing speakers we have invited here, let me introduce myself. My name is Khairul Azmi. I am the alumnus of Monash University, Melbourne, Australia. And at the moment, I am working as a lecturer in State Islamic University of Araniri, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. And today we are going to raise a very important and extremely important issue. Yes, as we know that educators are the nation's game changers, and they are playing the critical roles in building, developing, and shaping the future generation. And they have the opportunity to mold students into lifelong learners, which will help them beyond success of life. All right. And the questions might be asked about that. Yeah. The first, how do we shape and develop students or our learners, especially when embracing diversity in communities? And also, how will the students learn about democracy and its practice at the school environment? And how to strengthen our communities by developing social activism. As we believe that children being and belong to the present, they are learning and being prepared through schooling, interactions, and media. Hence, we can to see this learning journey of digital natives and to understand better how to create an optimal environment to promote quality of education through the help of communities. And therefore, in this session, we will be talking about practicing democracy and strengthening social activism. Well, for all participants, just for the reminder, you will have the opportunity to ask the questions, anything related to our theme today in today's presentation by typing the questions to the forum of chat. And then you may send your questions at any time during the presentation, and we will collect all of your questions and we will address them at the end of our presentation today. Well, let's see then. Yeah, I will try to invite our amazing speakers. Now, I would like to call and introduce one by one of them. The first is Mr. Junjun Muhammad Ramdhani. Mr. Junjun, yep, he is the PhD candidate of School of Education, University of New South Wales, Australia, and the Vice President of External of PPIA Australia. Welcome on board, Mr. Junjun. How are you doing today?
Yeah, great.
Okay, yes, alhamdulillah. Okay, and for the second speaker, we will have Ms. Amy Yuniarti Rusadi. She is the founder of CEO ASEC, yes, Asian Sustainable Environment Center, since 2011. Welcome, Miss Amy.
Hello.
Is that okay?
Hello, everyone.
Okay?
Let's just check my sound.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Is that heard?
That's great. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. And yep, the next speaker is Ms. Erina S. Gudono. She is Putri Indonesia, Yogyakarta 2022. I'm not sure if it is Miss Erina is can join us today, but yeah, okay, let's see. Our next speaker is Miss Krishi Francisca Orugian. She's also Putri Indonesia from Banten in 2022. Okay, welcome, Miss Krishi.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I'm good, and I'm excited to have the discussion today.
Okay. Yes. All right, and our last speaker, yeah, Mr. Bayan Yazdani. He is a 2022 New Colombo Plan Scholar from Australia. And welcome, Mr. Bayan. How are you today? All right. Yep, Mr. Bayan, can you hear our voice? Is that clear enough for you? Yeah, I think that's good.
Apologize. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yep, no problems. That's okay. No problems. Yeah. At least we have you here right now. Yeah. No problem with that. Yes. Okay. And Let's see, like I said before, because today we have a very extremely important question to be raised, and the issue is so important, I think. And like I said before, this is gonna be interesting for us because we will understand about how to develop our children for the bright future or for the bright generation in the future. Well, and let's start to and dive into our key talking points. And for the first, I will ask you some questions. Yeah, maybe we can start first with the first question. Uh, as the PhD candidate, Mr. Junjun, how does the Australian curriculum specifically educate children in democracy and its practice? Maybe you can start with the definition first, with what is democracy and how to practice in the school. Yes, Mr. Junjun.
All right, thank you. That's just kind of an interesting question. Actually, I'm not like my expertise is not like in the curriculum, but my research area is also closely related to this area. But what I would like to highlight here when we talked about the Australian curriculum and then how then educate like children in democracy. Simply when we talk about democracy, it's like how then we voice ourselves to the public. But then when we talk about democracy in school and then how we implement that, and then there's two main important things that we need to highlight. Like the first one, how then we promote the school to become the learning sites that can build like critical capacities or self-awareness and intercultural understanding. And then also when we talk about democracy, it's not just like how like to know about democracy itself, but how to do that. So in this case, like how we can engage like children at school in decision making. So let me give you like such kind of very simple examples when we talked about how then the schools can become like a good learning site that can promote democracy. Like first thing first, when we engage them in writing like persuasive text, and then at the time, and then we can just ask them and then to write, and then how they can voice to some like it's not like a national issue, but something like the issue around them, like waste or and other things. Yeah. And then the second one is that how we can also engage them in like a class captain elections. So so it's such kind of very simple practice, but at least they can learn how to do like democracy in at the micro level in the classroom context. And then the next example is I found like in the research about the school that really hear the students' voice, while the students' voice is really important and then powerful in that school. So in this school, when they would like to promote like the new policy, and then each of the members at school are listened, even at the end of the discussion sections, and then there will be such kind of voting. And then students' votes are really also important. So in this case, we can see that the potential of democracy that is implemented in the school, even that there's no such kind. I found that in an article in the research that there's no like school principal, because they're only like the council consisting of parents and then the teachers, the selected teachers and then parents. And then those are organizing and then managing all things needed by the school. And then those kinds are such kind of a good examples on how the democracy and practices and in the school in Australian context. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Wow, very amazing. You have provided us a very important key points, and yeah, maybe I can say something about it, about the promote school, and something about to raise the issue of students' voice also. That's also important. And I think maybe to raise these questions again, maybe not the same questions. What if about how to engage or how to do this democracy practice at school environment in a very concrete situation? Is maybe Ms. Ms. Chrissy, can you give us some explanations, or maybe you can give us some insightful information about it? How to create this democracy and practice into our school in a concrete way?
Thank you. So first of all, my background is actually not from an educational background or a curriculum one, but I think from a perspective of someone who has experienced from elementary school, junior school, and high school. I think what Mr. Junjun has mentioned, we could start it from a micro environment, and it all starts with the classroom environment itself. From the election of the class leaders, the students could also learn on how to participate in the voting process, and how they could also learn about the system of the process from selecting the candidates, and also by having the candidates, they could also mention or voice out their vision and mission in order for them to be selected as the class leader. And I think from that kind of active participation, I believe that in the few years from that, they could also actively participating in the voting of their own nation or their own country. And other than that, I think in Indonesia, we also have in schools where we could, day by day, we could take turns in terms of small things like cleaning the classroom, and also by cleaning the table and also the chairs, like simple things like that. But it could also raise their own awareness and also their discipline, so that in the end they could become an active citizen in their own society.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, some simple things maybe has a valuable impact. Yeah. Well, let's continue then. Yep. We're going to talk still about democracy and its practice, but let's see now from the past to the present. Yeah, how does the Australian curriculum specifically educate children in democracy and its practice? Maybe we can see right now from the past to the present. Maybe first, Mr. Bayan, can you give some information about it? Yeah, basically from the Australian context. Yeah, is that
sure, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you to EdHeroes for this wonderful opportunity. It's such an honour to be part of this highly distinguished panel. I'll start off by saying that I am not an educator in the traditional sense. I don't have a background in that area. However, I am an Australian who went to Indonesia through an educational initiative called the New Colombo Plan, where I spent 3 months in Bandung, West Java, and I've grown up my whole life in Australia in a city called Adelaide in South Australia. Now, with regards to your question about how, I suppose, democracy and democratic education is integrated in our curriculum, I can share from my anecdotal experience. The youngest age, I sort of remember learning about these concepts, even though they're quite hard for us to grasp, was really at around year 4, year 5. And it was in the context of a history class, and we learnt about, the Anzacs and the Australian participation in World War I. And as young students, we often struggle to understand why someone might fight for our country or what our values are, and what those values certainly mean in specific contexts. But I think it's curriculum that we're able to sort of see the bigger picture from a young age that perhaps in some other countries may not be the case. And just recently, over the past few days, we celebrated Anzac Day here in Australia and the sacrifices that our soldiers made for us. And we're often reminded of how precious our democracy is. And as Junjun was sharing, this notion of voting and having a say is really central to the Australian education system from a young age. So whether it's what sport we want to play or what music we want to do, often we have language education at schools where we can choose between different languages. We have a lot of choice and agency. And I think that's something that we take with us growing up as we become adults and we have the right to vote. And it's really instilled with us alongside that history or civics education, where we understand how we got to where we are in terms of having the right and in fact privilege to vote for who governs and leads us. And I think at a time where there's so much disinformation and propaganda, and we're seeing threats to democracy like we haven't seen before across the world, this concept and discourse around democratic education is more important than ever, particularly in our region, in Southeast Asia and in Oceania. And so I suppose that's just a little bit of insight from my personal experience, but I think it's through initiatives like the New Colombo Plan, where Australians can actually go and interact with other cultures and education systems, that we can see similarities in how democracy's taught to us, but then also some slight differences that often might have cultural nuances to them as well. Thank you.
All right, very insightful information, Mr. Bayan. And also, yeah, I think this is also related to what Mr. Junjun said before. This is about the freedom, the freedom and students' voice, So is related also with which one sport do you like? So students is given the choice, or students is they are freely choose, what kind to be what do you want to be in the future, right? All right, let's see. Let's move on to the next question. Now, let's see about how does society help the practice of democracy in the context of learning for students? Yeah, how does society help the practice of democracy in the context of learning for students? In these questions, I will ask Miss Amy. Yep, Miss Amy Yuniarti Rosadi. Yep, time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the EdHeroes Oceania for inviting me and for meeting you all guys, the expertise for this topic, and especially with some cross background we have. So I'm an engineer actually. My background is urban planning, and I have worked with my community ASEC since 2011. So it's almost like 11 years. We work together for society, especially for the youth segment and adults. Along seeing this way back to these 11 years, we try to make a kind of mapping, something like that, with our sustainability issues and how the society could work together to shape something. And that is proven, at least when before like 2015, for example, the UN Habitat have no youth forum, which is really focused on, for example, urban sustainability or environment sustainability, or even for the social sustainability. But later, the changing or the transition from the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, into SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals affects all over the world. They invite more youths to be delegates. They fund us, and they find more youths to participate, to make decisions. And then we are organized too with the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth together, especially for the Asia Pacific, to make a kind of many kinds of documents, for example, reports, collaborative research, and then pre-resume for the workshops or anything else, until we now understand that the SDGs has been accepted to the world too in 2015. Before that, there is no any, for example, Asia Pacific Urban Forum for Youths, but in 2015, that's the first time for the UN Habitat to help that. So I was one of the official delegates from Indonesia and for Asia Pacific for that. And also follow the days, we're also being the delegates for the Asia Pacific Urban Forum with the seniors, with the majors around the world, especially for the Asia Pacific, and then high-level meeting. And also, we are not keeping silent during the meetings. We bring a lot of voices from the youth that we have collected before through the research, workshops, some meetings, official meetings, and unofficial meetings. If I count down the unofficial meetings, are held more than the official meetings themselves. So it means what? The society works from the grassroots, and that connects to the what we call then as a bottom-up system, and that the voice then later heard. Before that, maybe we neglect the role of the youth, especially because maybe people still have a kind of mindset that the youth has no power like we can see now. But nowadays, through the youth, which is part of the society, they also have rule to shape something that is bigger than we expected before. And we also have a kind of experience that we work together with the many global networks. For example, the Regional Center of Expertise, which is, I was also as the deputy for the Asia Pacific RCE, Asia Pacific Youths. And that's also the very first body that also acknowledge youth worldwide to make a very big, or even we can call it as a giant impact, which is also noticed in some of the awards like Okayama Awards, we got it. And so many awards also in New Delhi and India we got. They notice that youths as part of the society also can contribute more to sound whether democracy, because democracy is not only about politics, democracy is also about like what Mr. Junjun, Mr. Bayan and Chris said, that's also about how we can share our mind and then people get or deliver their appreciations to us and can work together freely without any pressure, without any, bad pressure. So we can also now understand some of stories cannot be deleted from the history. So that's why we make many publications to keep up the stories of the youth's strugglings into what I can say as a democracy process too, such as how they can invite more people, whether directly or indirectly. For example, we have engaged for the RC Asia Pacific Youth itself, we have engaged more than 34,000 of people worldwide from 2017 until 2021, like 2021, what I can say. And we also have a kind of engagement to, let's say, more than, if I'm not mistaken, it's more than 20,000 direct people. And it's include youths, seniors, adults, many backgrounds of people over there to, for example, from this very simple things in democracy, for example, when you have to speak up how to clean your environment, because in the recent years or in the previous years, maybe when youth speak up about let's go to clean up this kind of environment, then maybe seniors met at them and they give up. Now it's not time for youth to give up because we can shape democracy with our very simple thing. And as we call it also, we have a kind of a collective or a massive power to shape something. I think that's from me.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting. I catch a point here, Ms. Amy, also because you are the founder of and you are the CEO of ASIC. So based on your background and based on your organization, so you can do something or you can do the democracy practice into year round. But what if some general people or common people, they don't have any organization, they don't join anything? Can they do anything about how to practice a democracy? For the context is for the learning students.
Yes, of course. On some many cases, they are indirectly being like watchers, critics, or even being a kind of silent writers. We cannot neglect them. And that's the function of organization, communities, or even schools, to invite them, to meet them informally. Normally, informally, in the very first movement, we have to go. Because what? Because human needs a kind of social touch before we move, before we shape something. Mostly, according to our research, according to our experience, I think they can go to the right place if they know the right tools or the right communities they want to go. But in the practice, sometimes they have a kind of idea, but they don't have any organizations. They just use many social media, and sometimes they just end up with some of bad critics with no any follow-ups. So we try to engage them. Otherwise, we can also educate through our own self. For example, by my social media, also engage some people to do or be wise in using social media. Use it for a good movement. I mean, whether you are not active in organization, I think it's still okay. But you can shape something, you can build something, you can speak up on something by your social media. So social media is also good power if you want to make it, if you want to use that wisely. And the function of some of the, for example, influencers also get involved on it. Maybe some influencers also not getting in touch into organizations, but they have networks, right? So the role of other influencers who have any considerations. For example, we have met like some artists like Hamish. Probably you know Hamish Daud, the husband of Raisa, all right. In Indonesia, maybe it's really popular. We met him and we tried to have a kind of unofficial meeting with him. And he said, like, okay, let's have a meeting. And we are, as an activist, probably ask a question that is too hard in our expectations. But Hamish said that no, your question is really openly accepted, and I'm in and I want to get involved in your movement. For example, for the environment sustainability, because Hamish is really active on environment sustainability and also society. He helps many people for example, fisheries sectors, for reduce, recycle, or something like green lifestyles. From this kind of story, we also understand that maybe Hamish doesn't get involved in some kind of organizations, but he can do something. And our tasks to get involved or to be the connect or the bridge between the organization and the society, or some people who do not join the organizations to still catch up their voice, and we can shape or build something to grow.
All right, thank you very much. Yep, and let's move on to another question. Yep, I think now Miss Krishy. Yeah, as Putri Indonesia, how do you you are a society also. Yeah, how do you practice democracy in that context? Can you share us something about it?
I think being the finalist of Putri Indonesia, being a part of this group of amazing women, we're 45 finalists that consist from 34 provinces of Indonesia. We're actually the practice of democracy itself. Whereas we have, in the past half an hour, we've discussed that democracy is also in regards to how we express ourselves and how we raise the issues that we took concerns about. And what we have here in Putri Indonesia, each finalist have their own advocacy, and each of us have our own message to the world. And even each of us has become a founder of social communities, and it ranges from different fields, be it environmental field, social field, or even as what my background is in science. So in the STEM or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. And what we could see from this is also the active participation of these young women to represent their own provinces. And what is also interesting is that by the platform given by the Putri Indonesia, we could escalate this and we could also raise these issues directly to the government, where we could be given the opportunity to meet our governor or even vice governor or even to the Department of Tourism and Education and all related departments that is aligned with what our issues or what our concerns about. So actually with this moment, I would like to also thank Yayasan Putri Indonesia and also EdHeroes for giving me the platform to voice this out as well. And yes, I'm also proud to be part of Putri Indonesia because we're actually practicing what democracy is about and how we use it, and also correlates to the social activism activities where we are given the chance to contribute to our society and to enlarge our own platforms. I think that's all from me.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. You have been practicing that actually, in the real situation and in real life. Well, and I think it is raining in your place, because the thunder is so big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I do hope that doesn't disturb our conversation.
yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
for your
inshallah,
consideration.
yeah. And let's move on and dive into another context and another questions. I think this is also very important because through democracy practice, we can now learn how the civic and being a good citizenship. And I think we can start it from the definition first. How about what is civic and what is citizenship, and from what age do students start to learn about civic and citizenship? Which one is better? Yeah, and we can start it with Mr. Junjun. Yeah, can you give some insightful information about it? Yeah, thank you. Thomas, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So this is like a bit a challenging question. So it's not like an easy thing to answer. But I would like I will not answer try to define like what civic and then and citizenship is. But what I would like to highlight here is about talking about age. And so from what age do students start to learn civic and citizenship? But when you said what about what is civic and citizenship itself, it's about collaborative. What I can say is that collaborative work to bring, to bring about the change in particular society. So that what I can say simply about that. Although I think that it can be like there will be such kind of a various definition on it. But then again, we also need to reflect on something when we talked about that is that when we talked about civic and citizen. Oh, sorry, I think I misunderstood that. Yeah, when we talk about age, I think it really depends on ecological system because we live in different socio-ecological systems. Like there are three things that we need to consider when we talked about from what age do students need to learn civic and citizenship. So the first one we talk about micro level. So it means we talked about political and also cultural values that influenced toward such kind of this. So maybe the government can start like in Australia, we can refer to Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority, and then they start to promote children to learn these kind of things in year 3 up to 4 and then so on and so forth. But then that's based on the national agenda. So now let's move down and then let's move to meso system. It's about school environment at the school level. So although the government can promote this, do the schools also accept what the government proposed? It can be yes, it can be not. Really depends on whether it's a private schools or it's a government school. So because each school sometimes has like different policy, and then school even that like has like different community members there that might influence this decision making. So and then move to the next level to the micro one at the classroom context. So here so we have like a teacher with different educational background we have students as well from different socioeconomic backgrounds as well, and then all these factors influence. So even that the family also influence, why then my kids need to learn this. Maybe school can also promote this is important to learn, but family can say that it's not even important. So here we can just we need to create like a synergy from top to the bottom, or from bottom. It can be like a top down or bottom up. Yeah, so we need to do like mix, and then to see the synergy, because it's not that an easy thing. Maybe the policymaker, they can say that this is the ideal age with particular measurements, but the qualitative researchers may have such kind of different arguments, because there are different also factors influence. So those what I can say. So really depends on which part that we need to start from. Do we need to start from the microsystem level, like from the school, I mean from the class systems, and then the family, or even we can also start from the micro level, from the government. So it really depends. So it depends on those levels, I think. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. This was macro and micro. Yeah. Okay. Your speaking is really looks like a lecture from a PhD students. Yeah. That's so. Yeah. It's good to hear that actually. Yeah. Because we really want to take a PhD maybe also. Yeah. And yeah. Maybe for further questions, Mr. Junjun, do you think any difference between Indonesian curriculum and Australian curriculum when we try to compare it, especially about the attitude of students? For example, in Australia, maybe the children, they really want to focus on how the children should cue, or how students to be a very good attitude or a good behavior. Or and we are in Indonesia, we try to focus on math. We try to focus on even the book like tema something, right, like that. Is there any different? When you compare,
yeah. Although my expertise is not in curriculum, but I have engaged like more than 5 years teacher professional development in Indonesia. So I just like made like a roadshow with my guru from one university to some other universities, and then we try to develop. I mean, like providing more professional development programs there. But of course, there's such kind of different things there. Sometimes I don't say that in Indonesia, like when this is kind of the change of the Minister of Education, and the curriculum also changes. So that's such kind of sometimes that this is what the government want. But do you think that the agenda is also in line with what the grassroots wants? So we never know until we make like a synergy here. And then another thing is that I should highlight is about the values that we adopt. So here in Australia, maybe they can just promote like a freedom of speech and then so many things, because maybe it's also related to their cultural values. But in Indonesia, like me as a Sundanese, I don't know maybe when you were born, but when I was born, what I need to do is, as a sign, is that I need to obey to my parents. When my parents say this, then I need to follow this. But when we try to promote like democracy, it can be like accepted, maybe yes, but it can't be not. It really depends on when you're born, and then what are the cultural values that we adopt, because Indonesia is multicultural. In Sundanese it can be like this, in Japanese, and even in Madura, and then in some different regions. So each has different cultural values. And then about the curriculum in itself is that in the past, so it focused more on teacher centered, although now they try to move to like student centered. But sometimes there's such kind of misunderstanding here. Sometimes the teachers just give an assignment to students without scaffold them how to do that. And then the question is that how students can do some particular assignments when they are not guided at the beginning. So
I think
there's always a mismatch between between policymaking and then the grassroots.
Yeah, can I cut with that? Yeah, maybe like what we have already experienced right now. This is not learning online, but assignment online. Yeah. That's what happened to students right now. Yeah, university students, they feel like so many assignments, so many homework. Yeah, so much homework
it's
that they
not it's not student centered actually. Students are given like a task to present something, and then teachers just silence and then listen to them. And no, it's not student centered. No. Yeah.
That's student focused, maybe not student centered. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Junjun. That's a very insightful information. Yeah. And let's move on to another topic. Yeah, this is gonna be really related to Miss Amy actually. Yeah, and also Krishi. Yeah, both of them are from social activism. Yeah, they are both of them are activists. Yeah, and what does it mean to be a social activism? What does it mean by social activism? Maybe Miss Amy, can you add something about it?
Okay, what a challenging question, and also a challenging answer to do. Honestly, you have to give not only a half life of yours, but it's like whole life of yours to society. It means that probably you will forget when you get married. That's what I also do and experience with it. That's a kind of joke, but that's literally some facts happening as a social activist. I mean, we have some risks. You know, when you speak up, hey, could you please make up a kind of make up the cities here. Could you make the cities better like this, like this, like this, like that? And the executive do not responsive in answering your questions, or maybe you are on a workshop, but then you literally do any presentation that delivering the facts that the cities are not good, and they keep silent, and then you have to go. Being a social activist also means that you have to struggle a lot to make one evidence and then grow again and develop again with second evidence and so on to keep moving, because it doesn't mean that we are always dissatisfied on something, but in a democracy's atmosphere, it is a kind of good balance situations if the society can do or speak up a kind of improvements, and what we can say as the up levels also can hear and then do some kind of improvements. So as the social activists, we are kind of bridge only, but at the same time we are also citizens, so we can speak up about what kind of problem we face too. And also it means a lot when we also can integrate between the real cases with some kind of research-based evidence, because this is what I do according to my backgrounds. I don't know whether other backgrounds also do that. I believe that. So the stakeholders, for example, they get our critics is not only seeing critics as a destructive things, but also constructive things. This is what happens when we are having a kind of project in India, because our context in Asia Pacific and especially for the Oceania, we cannot talk only from Indonesia side or Australia side, I believe, but we also have to maintain our mind to think about what happened in India, what happened in Fiji, for example, in Maldives, for example. And some of democracy also, yes, differs one to place another. And social activism in that place is also could be different. For example, in New Delhi, when you speak about, let's talk about the heat wave, what happening now in India, people always blame only the climate change, but they also forget that we also always create our carbon dioxide every day. So as a social activist, we also have to maintain our lifestyle before speaking. I mean, we have to be responsible to our own life before we educating people. And
So everyone
what
take
I learned
responsibility.
too, yes,
Yeah, so
yes, yes.
everyone take responsibility for that. Yeah.
Yes. And so not only talk, I mean, as an activist, we cannot say or we can deliver critics, but we do that, what we critics. I don't believe that we are elites or something, but we should educate ourselves before educate other people. That's a huge responsibility. Yeah, that's a huge responsibility.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
even
Yes.
yeah, and even if you want to go further, you have to take account of a good positions to make that changes, if that makes sense.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Miss Amy. That's a good words from activism, actually. Yeah. Sustainable environment. Well, good. And the next question is for Miss Krishi. Yeah. Do you think we try to compare now? Do you think that our schools right now we try to focus on more on academic achievement or involvement in non-academic activities based on your experience before as a student, and maybe you have joined some organizations, and then maybe some of the students they don't really get a very good GPA, but they are really active outside on that. But some students they try to do both. Is that possible? Yeah. What do you think, Ms. Krishi?
Well, I think I could say that I am privileged enough to be in an environment where, first of all, my family would support me in anything that I do as long as it is positive. So, be it academic achievement or even non-academic achievement, as long as that could provide a positive impact for myself and, of course, community, they would support it. And I think that's also have been quite an issue. So whether it is to choose a high GPA but low on maybe social activities, or you have this tons of comedy experience or organization experience, but maybe your GPA is just moderate. I think it all comes back to the person itself. I cannot say which one is better because I think each of us know our ability personally, and it is only us who know which way that we want to go. And in regards to social activism itself, we must know what kind of issue about. So if we're concerned about climate change issues, then we could join environmental organizations. So if we are passionate, for example, with children, then we could join maybe educational organization or those who pay attention to marginalized communities. So I think when it comes to which one to choose, I think in the end, we must balance it all. If we could balance our academic achievement and non-academic achievement, and as long as it could provide a sense of positivity to ourselves, to our family, and of course to the environment, then I think we could just go for it. And another thing, maybe when it comes to also social activism, I think we could not just start by having maybe we would be a bit confused if so what kind of field that we want to go in, or what kind of field we want to dive in, or what kind of field that we want to pursue in. I think we could just have an experience in several organizations, because coming from my experience, right now I am advocating for women in science, but a few years back when I started my volunteering experience back in 2015, I tried different organizations or different cause of communities as well, so such as educational and also environmental. And I find there are so many characteristics that differentiate them from one another. But what the similarities that I experience is that they are serious about change, and they really want to do their best in terms of advocating what their purpose and what is the goal and the vision and the mission of the organization they're in. So when I correlate this with our EdHeroes activities, the EdHeroes purpose is, of course, to make sure that we could have this platform where parents, families, educators, teachers, or even lecturers, and also communities could act as an ecosystem to support an individual for them to move forward and to bring change in the society. So I think what we can do as a society itself is to support whether it is our siblings or parents here who have children or families, so that they could ensure that they could reach their best potentials. And I think in the end, whether they become social activists or not, as long as they could actively participate in their own communities and as long as they know their rights and obligations as a citizen in their country, well, I think they already succeed in their own ways.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's really interesting and insightful answer, because you are also experiencing something incredible. Well, and I think the time is so limited right now. I think it's gonna be the last question. Yeah. Um, I think Mr. Junjun, can you give a yeah, or okay, sorry, because we have the Q&A session right now. Yeah, the questions, I think this pop up to our screen. What is your perspective or experience regarding encouraging children to practice democracy, especially in the field of education? This is the questions. I think this is related to Miss Erina, because Miss Erina cannot join, and also Mr. Bayan also has the crash. I don't know, maybe the internet is not really good access. Yeah, so he cannot join us anymore. And they say hello. He said hello to everyone, to the speakers also, and to all participants. Well, and the questions, maybe we can show the video from Miss Erina to answer those kind of questions. Okay.
Hi, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event. It really is such a huge honor for me to be here with all of you and other great speakers. Maybe not all of you know me yet, so let me introduce myself. My name is Erina Gudono. You can call me Erina. I'm a finalist of Putri Indonesia representing Yogyakarta City. I'm a master's degree candidate at Columbia University, major Public Administrations, and for the past 8 years, I have been involved in social works highly correlated with advocating equal education for underprivileged children and sex violence survivors living in marginal community in the town where I grew up, in Yogyakarta, and assist them to get legal identity so that they can access their basic rights. So, speaking about democracy, for me, I think it means one thing, which is everyone has the equal rights to speak their minds, to stand for themselves, to live equally in the society without being discriminated because of their backgrounds, their values, their point of view, their culture, or their economic level. So the urgency of democracy needs to be spoken since children are in early stage of life. And why it is important? Because democracy is the basic needs of human, which is to be seen, to speak, and accepted equally. But a lot of external factors has hindered this fact. One of the way, I think, to create a better generations in advocating democracy is through educations. So education plays a huge role for students or children's perspective in seeing and practicing democracy. Of course, we are not talking just about formal educations at school, but also other forms of educations, right? And then we also have to understand that sadly not everyone has a free and equal rights when it comes to democracy, especially when we're born in underprivileged situations in terms of economic and socially. Taking a little bit step backwards, in the case of city where I grew up, Yogyakarta, Yogyakarta has highest Gini index and economic gaps in Indonesia, with women and children in poverty being the most impacted group, highly vulnerable to be discriminated in the society, and their rights of democracy is being torn away. Based on the latest data that I have, at least 1,000 children and women in Yogyakarta dropped out of school every year due to systemic poverty. That is such a sad fact because it is not their choices. And the discriminations keep getting worse and worse with the stigma and label given to them. And other cases that I found a lot is babies born without equal rights because of their status. So the first time I was involved in my social community was in 2014 as vice president in one of the community concerning in underprivileged children's educations. In the field, I found there are many cases of babies born without access to get legal identity in Indonesia. So in Indonesia, we have NIK or Nomor Induk Kependudukan, in which we gain from legal status of parents or clear status of parents. So these babies might not have the same opportunity to have legal identities because they are the children of rape victims or maybe teenager parents that do not have like clear jobs, works, which cannot sustain their babies financially, or other miserable cases, and the number of these cases keeps growing and growing. So these babies born without knowing anything but their rights as citizens to access health care, to have formal educations, at the very least, is ripped away. So this means that they might not never be able to attend formal schools, have legal marriage, or having legal certificate of educations if no one takes a stance to help them. So what I did with my community is we try to provide assistance so that these children have legal standings as citizens of Indonesia. That is the most basic thing that they need to have first. Of course, it takes a lot of years of times and efforts, a lot of tough bureaucracy. Hence, they need a close assistance because it really is easy for them to give up due to lack of hands to help. After that, me and my social community understand that in the meantime, formal educations may not be for everyone. But that does not mean that we cannot learn from other sources. So that is why we create informal alternative educations. We build classes, we recruit hundreds of volunteers to teach, we collaborate with government and private sectors and other local community in town, so that in order to help these children or to have like a better opportunity to learn even though they do not attend formal schools. Then we went to think, how can society help? How can you help? I think the first and foremost is by erasing the stigma toward underprivileged and marginal community and not seeing them as not part of the society. We have to see them as equal as us. By erasing the stigma and see them as equal human beings that have the same rights in the democracy, we already solved the big part of the issue. We also need to do communal actions to help them, such as first reach out to local community in town concerning in this matter, because everyone has the same power to change the stigma, to erase the bad label given to them. And I think it is very important to educate our environment that democracy is highly urgent for everyone. No matter who they are, it is the essence of human being living in society. So if you are in the positions of having power to speak our minds and having no difficulties accessing basic rights, we also have to help others which might not have the same privilege as us. I think this is also where social activism matters. We have to understand that people power plays a huge impact. The more people could help, the bigger impact that we might create. Through social activism, we will encourage people to be more aware of their surroundings, that we don't just live by ourselves, but there are many other that we can help. This is not just a quote. I have seen for years through my social works. If you would like to check on Instagram at textbook or at harapanvian and at sekolah_marginal, I have seen what a real actions could change the game, could change someone's fate, and starting from small actions to bigger actions and lead to huge impact. So, in conclusions, democracy is a very, very urgent issue when it comes to being a citizen of any country. It is the most basic thing and essence of human being. But many factors could turn away our rights in democracy. Stigma, education's economic level plays a huge role in shaping one's perspective toward the rights that we have. So that is why we have to help each other that might not have the same privilege as us. With the spirit of humans should live equally. Democracy should be for everyone. So I think that is all from me. I am Erina Gudono, very honored and pleased to meet all of you. And thank you so much for the moderator for guiding this event. And I hope I can see you next time. See you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Erina. Yep, for some insightful information that she has given us. And now is our last session. Yep. From each speaker, I would like to ask you some short summary or some short conclusion regarding about our topic today and our theme about that's those questions that are being asked in previous session. Well, and we can start from Mr. Junjun. Please say something about
when we talked about democracy and then something that we discussed right now, and what I would like to highlight as a teacher educator right now is that, and then how we can position teacher as facilitators, not looking at from hierarchical order, but we need to become more collaborator and then facilitators, and then try to listen to students' voices, because they are also key developing practitioners in our class. Because when we listen their voice, then we can create like more harmonious situations, and it can also improve the quality of classroom life. That's what I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Miss Amy.
All right. I think democracy is not a perfect one, so it takes any contributions to go to shape to build together. So everyone matters. Never think you are your age, never think your status, never think your background. Everyone matters. Just go ahead.
All right, that's a very strong word. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And the last, Miss Krishi.
Thank you. So, of course, from this discussion today, we learned that democracy is indeed essential, and that each of us, when we know our rights and we know our obligations for the society, I think that we could all be social activists, no matter who we are, big or small, we could make a change in this world. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes. If I can conclude from this session, the second session, we try to see about the democracy and its practice, and also this is so important because, and also it's really crucial, and students should be learned about it. Yeah, should be the teacher should teach us students about democracy and its practice, and also we also see about the civic and citizenship. That's also important, how to create our good attitude from students' perspectives, and also about social activism. No matter you are from an organization or not, we still able to give something to our society and communities. That's what we can conclude from this. And also, before we end our session, we also have a photo session, with our great speaker. But I really want to say thank you very much for your participation in this, and thank you very much to all speakers. It's such a great honor to moderate this webinar with you, and you are really incredibly great speakers, and you have provided us so much in software information and knowledge. Hope we can meet again in the future for other great talks. And before that, we have the photo session. Can I count it? Yep. Okay, please smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me see it first. All right. Very good. Yes, excellent. And thank you very much for your time and your wise information. And that's really great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, because this is the last session for today's webinar under the theme Strive and Revive from local to global perspectives. And we are now trying to give the closing session through this webinar. EdHeroes platform is the platform that provides insight and knowledge to participants to build a better education ecosystem in the world for future generations. We invite education practitioners, teachers, and so parents, school management board, entrepreneurs, students, and stakeholders to share their views on the field of education. And specifically to this Australia-Indonesia chapter, we focus on the theme embracing diversities through and strengthening communities from the local perspective to the from local to global perspective, integration to digital competent generations. And furthermore, this forum is also expected to create a dynamic discussion from communities and stakeholders in responding to the current matters in the education ecosystem. We expect to encourage the familiarity and profound understanding from society towards the diversity, local values, and its balance to the demand of competencies. Last but not least, a movement will create a domino effect, and we can reach more only when it is sustained and valued by the members of regions. We expect to further establish of EdHeroes communities as a way of keeping it to be impactful and become a beneficial community for educational development in the future for our brightest generation in the future. And thank you very much for all participants and for all speakers from the general session first and to the second session. This event is also supported by ID Next Leader, Mata Garuda LPDP Awardee Aceh, Overseas Indonesia Students Association Alliance OISA in Asia Oceania regions. And on behalf of EdHeroes Forum Australia Indonesia chapter, thank you for joining us today and have a great rest of your day. Thank you to committees and good luck for everyone. See you on the top. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.